with Ambassador John Andruga. Again, we are going over the funeral of the Paramount Chief, Mr. John Amba Modi, who has been the chief of Kerepi Payam, Eastern Equatorial State, for the past at least past 37 years, since 1984. So he passed 10 days ago, and the burial is taking place in his hometown, which is Kerepi Mutala. That's where Ambassador John Andruga also have a home. That's where he hailed from, and that's where Operation Mission is basically operating and reaching the community from the very house the ambassador with me built. So we're going to go over this without further delay. I just want us to get right to it. So Ambassador, please go ahead, and then we can get some footage right on the ground.
Yeah, William, first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. And once again, I want to pass my regard to the friends of Operation Nehemiah organization, and as well as all the staff members of Operation Nehemiah, yourself and your team on the ground, for the tremendous work you have you dedicated for the burial of my uncle, John Amba Modi, the Paramount Chief of Kerepi Payam. Just for flashback for those who may not there be the beginning, Chief John Amba died on the 13th of this month, that is 13th September 2023, after a short illness in a hospital called Lacho in Gulu in northern Uganda. John Amba moved to Uganda during this crisis time, and he has a home in Lacho, and he has a very big family, as usually all the chiefs are. He is part of the family in a place called Bagrinya in Uganda. And then the elder wife is with him in Lacho. When he died well with where the elder wife is. Since the 13th of this month, that's the same day William already is traveling from Kerepi to United States of America after spending almost 2 months on the ground. What we want people to know is, we as a family, and I personally, I am very grateful also to James Ofu, Peter, my cousin brother, who also dedicated his time. He took off 2 weeks from his busy work with the U.S. Embassy to be on the ground to facilitate and coordinate arrangement for clearing the place, as well as preparation for digging the grave and finish everything. And all those things, what you are seeing now in the place there, is the effort of our brother James Ofu and his team. All in all, the body of my late uncle left from Uganda yesterday, Sunday, the 24th of the month. Went through to his family home in Bagrinya, and from Bagrinya, the body was transferred to Nimule, from Nimule to Kerepi, to his office in Kerepi Payam, where some of his colleagues, the chiefs from various parts of South Sudan who managed to come there, pay him the last respect, and that is the last time his body was taken to his office. From there, the body was taken to his home in Kerepi, Mutala. This morning, Monday the 25th, there has been prayers, and then later on in the evening, late afternoon, my uncle was buried. The attendance, later on when William showed the footage, there's very big, huge presence of the various communities who have come to pay their last respect to the family and also for my uncle. What is important here is this. My uncle, it was my dream and hope that he is buried in a dignified way. And if you see the footage, William, we saw in there now, the person speaking there, that is my remaining uncle, the younger brother of my chief, John Amba. His name is Ustaz Abinina Andruga Said. He's the one speaking the photo there. So we are very, very grateful for the community and the attendance of those who are there, and overwhelming support from the community, which demonstrate the unity of our people. My appeal to our community in diaspora and those who are in the other neighboring country and even within the country is, please, the unity the death of my uncle John Amba brought in our community should be a wake-up call for all of us. Let us maintain this unity, build on it. Let us unite ourselves as a community. Let us forgive each other. Let us start a new beginning for the good of our community and for honor of my dear uncle John Amba Modi, who is no more. There was a proposal from some of the community members, especially the family, that after the burial today, tomorrow, people should move to Pagirinya to discuss issues pertaining to culture. After you bury a family member, there are going to be some discussions. But I'm very grateful to report that after seeing the presence of the community there, my cousin intervened, the younger son of the John Amba, and appealed to the population that there are no need for people to move to Pagirinya to discuss these issues. Let all discussion be finished in Kerepi. It doesn't look nice that people disperse while the father is still not even spend enough time in the grave. I think that's the wisdom which we want to appreciate from my young cousin. And indeed, I wanted to appeal to my uncles that in honor of their brother, I think all of them should remain as long as possible in the home state to keep to be with the spirit of our uncle and their brother. Now, turning to the community, as you can see for yourself in the footage being shown, it is overwhelming. I think I want to say without any reservation that the death of my uncle has unified the community, as you can see from the attendances. And because of this, we want to appeal our people that let our people return home to rebuild their home. Because you can see from the video footage, the overwhelming number is there. And there's no iota of insecurity in the area. I want to appeal to our brothers who are opposed to the government not to use this occasion of John Amba death to create insecurity in the area. If they love my uncle, as they always say so, and then it is high time that they lay down their arms and come home to rebuild the country. Whatever grievance they have, we can let it be resolved through dialogues. No political case is resolved through the barrel of gun. That's why in 2005, after over 17 years civil war, SPLM entered into agreement with the government of the Republic of Sudan and signed what they call CPA, the Comprehensive Peace Agreement, which paved the way for referendum in 2011 when our people became independent. Globally, internationally, there is no conflicts resolved through the barrel of gun. Always disputes are resolved through dialogue. Those community, our community from the area who have their grievances, they already has made their case. I think it's high time now to engage the government so that the grievances which they took up arm to fight is resolved through dialogue, so that our people reclaim their livelihood. Right now, our people are suffering in the refugee camp. The UNHCR has scaled down drastically the humanitarian assistance as to the camp. That itself is a testimony that you have overstayed your hospitality in Uganda, and you should now prepare to return home. You can see in the video footage, those are the samples of some of the chiefs who came from different localities within South Sudan and within Eastern Equatoria, and indeed the Great Equatoria, that didn't matter. So such attendance itself demonstrate the presence, and you can see even Emilio Ika there. Our former commissioner of Magui County is there in that footage moving. I, for one, want to appreciate the fact that our people attend. Right, yes, that's Emilio. That's Emilio Ika there, and the current commissioner of Magui County. They were standing together there. So these are the dignitaries who have been there. But I would have missed out a point if I did not appreciate the fact that Operation Nehemiah has closed the school today. Monday, 25th, children who are in primary school in Operation Nehemiah, school in Borongole, have been given 1 day off in honor of Chief John Amba, so they can also attend the burial ceremony, which they were there. In some footage, the children are there from the Operation Nehemiah primary school in Borongole. You can see that the queue which has just passed, those are various mourners who are there. Those are some of the chiefs who are there. I don't have the list of their names, but you can see in the background where the chief is speaking there. The crowd which are there. These are all testimony. Kerepi have never seen such a crowd for a very, very long time. This is the first time ever such a crowd like that is in Kerepi Mutala. Why? Is because of the respect and given to my uncle Chief John Amba. Going forward, William, what our people need is, we need to build on the legacy of my uncle. We wanted to focus on his vision. I remember when I was still ambassador in China, we spoke on phone. He came to Kerepi after I have handed over my home to Operation Nehemiah. He appreciated my decision and endorsed the decision because he felt that the home is being wasted because of my nephews who are there and my cousins who are there. They are abusing the place and misusing it for drugs and for all kind of things, and the drinking and all those things, kind of things. So in the photograph there, video there, you can see women's and various group are lining up to view the body of my late uncle. Crowd are screaming and they are viewing the body, and this is the process after the church service is finished, and after this, the next process, of course, the burial. While that stream is going on, for those who are in diaspora, I want to emphasize that my uncle told me he wants to come home. I told him that, but your health is not good. Why don't you first look at your health? Say, well, I will be better. I'm going to go to where my family are, and I will check. When I check, I'll come back. I want to be here because I feel that I should live by example. I should demonstrate to my people, when I come home, they will follow me. But if I lead from behind, nobody will come. Let me come ahead so that my presence will make them to come. Unfortunately, he has not come. Unfortunately, my uncle did not make it to return to Kerepi. But as faith has it, he returned in coffin. But his return also brought people back to Kerepi to mourn him. So one way or another, he achieved what he wanted to do. Yes, that is the children from Borongole Primary School, the school run by Operation Nimaya. I think they have a choir there singing during the prayer for the.
No, I think this is from Sambakita.
It's Sambakita, okay. Yes, Sambakita in Borongole, this is Kevoru.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So what is important here is that the message here is school children are also moved. And history has been made right there in the eye. They are seeing history being made. And those children have never seen such a huge crowd in Kerepi ever since they came there to the school. Because some of those children they came from Uganda, some are from different parts of South Sudan. They were there for purpose of school. St. Bakita is a school run by Catholic diocese, and we are very grateful for the missionaries, Korean missionaries who are behind this school, and they are present, act as oasis, as the same way as Operation Nimaya present on the ground. So my message again, I want to emphasize.
These are the students.
My dear brothers and sisters.
These are our students.
This is a student now from Borongole, yes. And I can see Pastor Timothy is there, carrying a cross to be put on the grave, later on the graves of the late Paramount Chief John Amba, and he's queuing up with the student from there. And that is the grave site, the grave which is ready before the burial. So we as a community and as a family are very grateful to all those who came to attend this great occasion, because for us it showed the love for my uncle John Amba Modi, because the people who are there, they are not forced to come there. They come because of their love for my uncle. And indeed, they also came there to send a message that we have come to mourn our leader, but at the same time, send a message of unity and reconciliation.
From Borongole, right there.
Now, those are some of the students from Borongole.
Yes.
What I want to say here is, for you, brothers and sisters who are in diaspora and those who are home, please let us leave bygone. Let's move forward. Let me start by myself as Ambassador John Andrew. As emotional as I am, I want to appeal to you, my dear brothers and sisters, those who see me as their opponent. I am not opponent of anybody. I have nothing to do with anybody. If there are some people misrepresented my name to anywhere within the community, I am not the person which they are representing. I have no issue with anybody within the community. I have no hatred to anybody. I have never harmed anybody, and I will not harm anybody. But if the misinformation circulating in social media about me by various individuals hurt some of my community member, that is the grave of my mother inside the compound.
Yes.
The footage has passed.
Yeah.
So that is there. That is my home.
Let's pause there. Talk about this
my home. Yeah, that's where the Operation Nehemiah has the home for itself. They are now operating from there. But that grave, that's building, that structure there, that is a place. That's a grave of my mother and my younger brother.
Wow.
They were buried there, and I constructed that one in living memory of both my mother and my younger brother.
Wow.
If God will keep us alive, we will also construct something similar for our great chief, John Amba, because my mother died before I built that house. The idea was to have a house for him there, for her there, but she did not live to see that house. So my payback is to put roof on her grave and my brother's grave as a permanent place for them to stay. I want to commit to the community member. We as a family, not me alone, we as a family, we will one day also put similar structure for our Chief John Amba in Kerepi there as his permanent place of stay. Going on, William, I want to
just so about the compound here. Just let me get back to you here.
Yes.
I wanted to also bring the Maasai Ambassador's house, which is actually their home. I want people to see the importance of this place. While you continue to talk, I think it's very important to emphasize that it's peace and stability, and this place plays such a pivotal role even to accommodate all of these people there. So it's like a foresight you have about what was to come. So I want to show this place at one point, and you just keep on narrating because you have a lot to share with the people. I'm going to be playing some of this picture, so just go ahead. But I'm going to pull that picture of the property.
What I want to say is, William, is that it is so important that our community return to reclaim their home. But the decision for them to return will be entirely voluntarily. That is the solar lights which I personally arranged to be put there. So when I was in Gulu, I arranged to send food. That is the time when we were loading food to be taken to Kerepi for this occasion of today. I brought the engineer to weld the solar lights so that when the day like today have arrived, people does not stay in darkness. Now, the death of John Amba create a situation whereby there is a permanent lighting in the village there. It will remain there forever because we will not extinguish the light. If the solar burn out, we'll replace it. So that itself is a testimony. That is a line, that's a beacon, that's a hope to our people. And these two places, the compound of my late uncle and my house, which is now belonging to Operation Himaya's operation, they were the only place with light in the area. And that is a footage when myself, my uncle, and then we went to the mortuary now to remove the body of our my late uncle, and of course to Averino, his late brother. And there, myself and in the place where we took the coffin to be engraved with the name of late John Amba. This is now a situation which people need to remember. I personally oversee this process in Gulu. For a couple of days I was there. I'm now speaking in Nairobi. I arrived in Nairobi this evening, and I'll be proceeding going to Juba, and later on, if time allow, I'll go to Kerepi as well. But right now, I was coordinating logistics.
Wow.
We've been coordinating, and again, this is now Operation Nehemiah van, which has ferry people from the Nimule, and that is top of that. This is now in Payam. That is Timothy and the family, and those some of the convoy which accompany late Paramount Chief John Amba from the border. I think that is a point when they are now
on Gordon,
probably in Gordon Hill.
Yes,
Gordon Hill, and here is now I think this is supposed to be Payam.
Yes,
and then this history in making. It will remain as a a vivid occasions for many of us. And indeed, our children need to be taught our history. Where were you? The question will be, one day people will ask question. Where were you when great paramount chief
so now
in Madi corridor?
yeah, this is where it starts. Just we're going to talk from there. I'm going to pause a little bit. So this is go ahead. This is what this is the house the government has become. This is what it's doing.
I want you to explain what is going on, William.
Okay, let me maybe possibly I should do this from the other computer because it's just going too fast. Okay, we have a church here. The pavilion you have left there is now a church, and the big room is now a pharmacy, and we are basically people. This man came from Turin as inspector to inspect that the place will be. This is a medical kiosk. We just have started it for high tech. Let me say one thing. Let me hold this. Let me pause here. That's too fast. So I'm going to go back here. I'm going to go back to this other. Oh no. Yes, this is the Masai's ambassador's house, and this is the house that Ambassador John has built with his own hand. He handed out to the Ministry of Operational Mission, as he explained. The man standing is the Inspector General of the private education system for higher education. We're opening now a Polytechnic Institute there. He came to inspect just Thursday. He came there on Thursday to see if this place is conducive for learning, and he gave us 100 high mark for that. The credit does not go to me; it goes to our basic ambassador because he did the work. So now he's there. He's been taken through room by room to do the work, and as you can see, there in the living room here. This is our country director. To the left, that's Pastor Timothy Levy, and Gino Longa is the compound manager, and he is going to be the registrar of the school. And then you have James Martin to the right, far right. This gentleman is going to be the provost. He's going to report to me directly about the well-being of the school as we speak. This men are responsible for organizing what's going on there. So the place looks far better. We still have a lot of good work to do. We have an incredible pharmacy in the building that is taking care of the people. And as you can see, the place, we have a tailoring and embroidery machine here for fashion design. We still have more machine to come, as you can see here. And these are tailoring threads that just came in the other day. And so we are going to open, and then we also have money growth. It's a financial stability to help us charge customers, students, tuition, so that the school can pay itself. And we are now making this place available for people to come and actually let me see here. Maybe I should have me here. Yes. So are you with me, Ambassador? Here you can see.
I'm listening.
Yes. So let me see. Yes. So you can see that the place is now being multi-purpose use for various aspects of things. For example, if you are going to wire money or do mobile money transfer, the only place you can do is where you have to go to Nimule, or you have to go to possibly Aru Junction or Juba. But now, Kerepi Mutala, the ambassador's mission house, is now a place where you can actually do fund transfer. And also parents who bring their children from Juba to read Magui, Uganda, if they want to pay tuition without leaving the place, they can actually do it right there at Masai's ambassador's place. And we are right there doing just that. And then you can also do it from Bethlehem in Borungule. Borungule Primary School has its own system there. And then you have the same institution of money transfer now being established there in Kerepi Motala. Two systems. One is to pay your tuition, and admission fee, and also lodging. It's right there. The other one is simply if you want to transfer cash money to somebody you love, you care about, without leaving your community, you can come there. You can do just that. This is what this place is offering. Thank to who? Our ambassador. You know, many times we raise money from the United States, but now the South Sudanese, the nationals are rising up to support the Ministry of Operational Mission. That property is a huge money, and he gave it up for the work of God. People think that maybe we're paying him rent or other things. No, we are not paying anything than the fact that we are rendering the services, and that's what he desires to see, that we go up to the byway and the highway and bring people to Christ and integrate the family and put to practice what he just shared with you regarding unity, peace, stability, and working together as brothers, dropping our hostility towards each other. Ambassador John Anduga, I will say to all of you in Mighty Corridor who may have some issues with him, whatever that is, this man is a statesman. He cares for the well-being, not just of Mighty Corridor. He cares for the well-being of Magui County. He cares for the well-being of Eastern Equatoria. He cares for the well-being of the national government, that's the government of South Sudan, the 10 states. He is a statesman. If you don't understand him, you really need to understand him, because we need people who care for the nation. And of course, he did all the issues related to the death of his uncle from the behind. He did it from the background. And you wouldn't even know that he has participated in it, but he did through the pictures now. You can see that. And many people are asking me, where is Ambassador? Why is he not here? I say, you can see his footprint in the work on the ground, as he explained, because he didn't want to take the credit from what I can talk about this now, because we're already done the work. The work is done. His uncle's been buried. But who are the people behind this? You know, don't look to me, okay, for anything. It's all God used him for this work. We just facilitate. So for that reason, you can pray for him. Now, talk about this pharmacy. This is a state-of-the-art pharmacy ever built anywhere in the world. Where? At Ambassador's Messiah's house. Who built it? Ambassador John Anduga. So when I was there, people were rushed in the middle of the day. They were rushed in the middle of the day, of the night. Every night, people came there. They are looking for help. I remember there was a guy who was rushed there at 1 in the morning. We go and we got him. And James in the center, in the picture there, James admitted the patient. And he was there admitted for 2 days. And he went home clean. Everyone now, people come there, and it's amazing what God is doing there. And we want to thank God for I'm just going to be, looping between pictures, but this, I think that we need to see what God is doing through this one man. And here I am. You see me now. I'm on the ground. I have Gino. I have Gino's wife there. I have Sarah Scovia. These are the people who saw me off, and they were there. They welcomed me home. This was just a couple of days before I left. That was happening on the 11th. So they were seeing me off. So this is okay. Now you can see. Now this place that was collecting dust and people are ripping things off. See now, that is the kitchen. That is the dining hall. That's the dining hall. And you can see this, gentlemen. This is a Nigerian. This is engineer Richard. This is engineer Benedict. This is our senior nurse, James Onzi. This is Dr. Benjamin. I think Benjamin Cole from Nimble, Dr. Benjamin. He came from there. He's anesthesiologist, and he does that. And then this is the financial officer, Taban Libra, This is the Supernet internet guy. This was the last day we are seeing these gentlemen off. They are going to take to Juba. But now look at this place being used for the glory of God. And they were very happy. And now the church, this is the church. You see, I'm here, the engineers were there. This guy, this brother preached that day, right here. This is the body of Christ now in the ambassador's place there. And God is blessing these people. The church is growing. This one Sunday, Benedict preached the word of God, and we listen. It's amazing how the pavilion is now multi-faceted functioning. And women, young men, praising the Lord. You can see. And this is now the experiment we have done using the machine we brought from the US to test the heartbeat of this gentleman here. And that's what we're going to be doing. And that's the training that was going on right there. So these are the leadership here. This is Pastor Paul, the two engineer from Nigeria, Timothy Levy, and then the nurse. And then, and see, the place has been used oasis of blessing. This is the engineer Benedict, who is also the electrician who take care of that thing. The water is running and everybody is enjoying. Thank God. This man show up right from Mutala area. He's been treated there. So these are few, this machine here, you can see, this machine can treat any disease. And our people now do not need to go to other nations for treatment. They can be treated right here in Motala, right there. And so I can say with the clarity that God has brought hope for our people, and this is checking the hearts beats and all the things required. And you can see sisters now sitting on the floor of the kitchen eating there. This place is serving. See the smile on their faces. What God is using
William,
this place for. Yes.
Let me interrupt you there, William.
Yes.
The machine you showed there, yes. I have to go all the way to India when I was sick, and that similar machine was used.
Wow.
For checking me up in India.
This one here.
But this machine is now in Kerepi Mutala.
Yes.
Let me say something little about that house, William. When I conceived that, what was my motivation to build that house? It's very important we like our people to know it. I'm not a rich person. I'm not somebody who has a lot of money. But I felt that as the students of John Garang, our founding father, our hero, John Garang philosophy and the message is, and for when he was still alive, leading the liberation struggle, he used to tell all of us and everybody that we must change the narrative in Africa. Today, when most Africans got independent in the 1960s or late 50s, they got independent and they have one mental mindset. Africans want to migrate to the big cities so that they can look for jobs. Many of young people, young women who came from the rural area to cities in the expectation that they're looking for a job, they found that the reality in the big city is very different. The job they're looking for is not there. The accommodation is not there. So John Garang's philosophy is that instead of taking people to town, we must take the town to the people. That's why I construct that building to bring the town to my people in Kerepi Mutala.
Amen.
How do I do it? When that house was constructed, I brought in solar there. I'm very grateful that although the solar which I brought was stolen, but you restore solar there in that house, William. I thank you very much with all the donors in the United States of America and globally who supported your call for donation to install solar there. As I speak now, I've seen lighting in that house when people are there during the burial of my uncle, before even my uncle's body arrived. Crowd were already there. That gratitude to go to friends, especially in the United States of America, who has opened up their wallet to support this noble goal of restoring that house for the good of humanity. When I built that house, when I was staying there, William, I am the first time population in Kerepi see that the water can be on the tap without hand pump is the submersible pump. I put that compound there. And then I went further, open a farm. You and I have been that farm.
Yes, I was there.
I sang 3 boreholes in that place. 1 is submersible pump, 2 are hand pump. It is not for me personally. The submersible pump in the farm was for introducing a new technology called drip irrigation, which is Israeli technology. Yes. We thank Israeli for discovering what they call drip irrigation. We have to say this background to our people because, see, when we are mourning my uncle has been an inspiration for me for the pump as well as the building the house. Because he encouraged me that don't build house in Juba, which is the national capital of South Sudan, but go and build home for us. Build house for us so that when you come home, people will come and greet you in your house, not under the tree, not under my house. I don't want to bring guests to my place because I'm a chief, you bring people to my place. No, I want you to have your own house. So me and other people come to you. That is the impression my great uncle John Amba. And indeed, I put that house. I made the farm. And then I sank those boreholes. And then bring on the submersible pumps. And then did the drip irrigation. Unfortunately, the war has destroyed all those investments, including the house, because that house, William, it was fully furnished. Yes. You have been there yourself, you know it. With all the things, the dining is fully furnished. But devil is a liar. But it used some people to destroy those infrastructure and loot the house and took everything from that house. But today, God brought you and you are now gradually restoring the house to its original glory. And God will open the door one day, find a donor to sponsor putting a proper dining. Because I've seen the dining you have there. It is just a plastic table with some plastic chair. But that is temporary for us to accommodate friends. But in the long run, we hope that there will be proper dining table with a proper chair so that we have dignified facility. When friends come from United States of America and other places, they will be able to have a dignified environment. That house, the structure was very fully laid out, and it has enough facility for people to stay. But the compound was also big, and it can accommodate so many things. We have spoken a lot about that compound. Let us go back to the main occasion, William.
Yes.
I feel that.
Let me just complete this here. Just run briefly. No. I just want to do this, and then we go back to. I'll bring back to that. But this is the structure. What's going on here, and then I will move on. So these are the material being brought. Okay, that's basically that. And then we will go back to the funeral situation. Let me just pull it. Let's go back to this. Okay. Yes, I do understand. We need to move on to this. And you go ahead. You can go ahead and talk over this. There's no noise. There's no voice.
You see, there are so many elderly people there. Some of them, I don't remember their name all. But all of them came there. Teacher. They came there for mourning my great uncle. Yes. And you see people over the years, some of the old people have become, I even not seen them for many, many years. But the critical point here is, William, that multitude of human beings not only Madi communities. We have other communities other than Madi are there as well. But their presence is a clear testimony to everybody that my late uncle is a symbol of unity, is a glue which has kept community together. Once again, I want to appeal to our people. I know in their heart they love my uncle, they believe in him, and they trusted him. Now he's no more. What are you going to do in honor of my uncle? It's good that you have come for funeral, but beyond funeral, what are you going to do as a living legacy to my uncle? I want to appeal to all our community members to unify. Let us unite.
Amen.
Let us forgive each other. Let us bring our unity. Let our people come home. Let our people reclaim their dignity. I have heard some of the songs there. Our women are singing that they don't go back to refugee camp again. They want to remain in Kerepi. Those are all expression of hope. And those kind of feeling is so important to all of us. Going forward,
let me play one
I
of
feel
the songs.
that
Let me play one of the songs.
yes.
Keep going. I'll check. I'll find a song here. I will play it. Just keep going.
Yeah. My point is that we thank all those artists, especially those who compose songs in honor of my great uncle, Chief John Amba, Modi. By doing so, they have contributed for the unity of our people. All what they have done is people speak differently. The artists and the musicians, they speak through their music, and the music have very powerful messages. We honor them, we respect them, we want to encourage them to continue to sing songs which does not divide our people. They should sing songs which will inspire our people and provoke the young people to return home. Sincerely speaking, home is home. There's nothing sweeter than the home. No matter wherever you go, home is home.
Amen.
I have been to China a couple of years. I stayed in Europe for over 17 or 18 years. I travel globally. I've seen the world. I have been to India. I have been to Japan, toured Europe extensively. The only place which I have not been to up to this moment is Australia, New Zealand, and Latin America. I've been to Canada as well. So all those places William.
I'm coming to it. Okay, hold on. Okay, give me 1 minute. You're saying something? Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was saying that for friends who will not understand Madi language, because that song was singing in Madi, they may not understand it, but let me say something little about it.
Okay.
The song literally is praising our late Paramount Chief John Amba, and they are saying that God gave him and God has taken him. And he's now consoling family members by names mentioned in various acts, including myself, mentioned you yourself, William, and others all mentioned that all of us, we must not cry. Our great uncle John has gone and has gone to the God. God has given him, and God is the one who took him. Those are consolation music with a lot of solid message. That is the kind of music I want to encourage our musician, artisan to create more of those musics which can be used as to unify our people. But nevertheless, the occasion has gone smoothly, and certainly everything tomorrow will continue. And after 3 days, as the tradition dictate, there will be prayer just to allow people to return to their livelihood. We cannot keep people in Kerepi indefinitely. 3 days, after 3 days, most of the people will go back to their own normal life. The family member and the rest of people will continue to mourn, and the population will continue to stream in the house. That's why it's so important that I want to appeal to our people. Those who can, please don't leave the family alone. If you have time, please stop over, even for overnight. That will encourage the family member. As you can see there, all the foods which we brought there were purchased from the market. The family has not grown anything because they were in refugee camp. But anyone who can provide any form of assistance to support the family will highly appreciate. Anyone who can bring any support in kind, in form of the cash, money, whatever, to the family there, the committees on the ground, we must continue to receive support to encourage the family. And people will continue, let people not shy away that the prayer is conducted after 3 days, everything's over. Please, if somebody is going to Nimule, let it stop over in Kerepi. Let Kerepi Mutala become your rest area. As you travel to Nimule, you stop over in Kerepi. As you return from Nimule, stop over in Kerepi. And William, I wanted to appeal to you to continue to open the gate of Operation Nehemiah Missions ambassadors, resident, to receive those who stop over, and they can be given water to drink. But also the M-Grus, which is there, is very critical for our people, because M-Grus is a new technology of money transfer. With the mobile phones, I hope also in the same place it will provide airtimes for our people to continue to communicate. Because without airtime, people can go all the way to Borongole, or go to Nimule, go to Ame Jackson, go to all other places looking for airtimes, airtime for talking on the phone. We wanted to also encourage the telecom companies to improve the network along the road, because this is a lifeline for people of South Sudan. Finally, William, I want to say this. Talk about my uncle, we can talk until morning. I have a lot to say. But for purpose of this program here, let me summarize this way. Today marked a pivotal period for burial of my uncle. He was buried already, lying now there, but his spirit is with God. Because my uncle is a believer, he's a churchgoer, and strongly believes in this, and is his leader who does not know, differentiate the young, the old, and the small. He always seek advice from young people, what they think, from women, from elder of his age, and from young people as well, teenagers. So he has been a unified factor. The curtain has fallen on us. It will be very difficult to fill the void left by him, because he's a very unique uncle. For me personally, I will miss him a lot because I get a lot of advice from him. And it was his advice that, please, Ambassador, no matter people say how bad they say about you, forgive them. In your heart, you've never done anything bad to anybody. So don't make the same mistake those who are making. Because the story being peddled around, which you have proven is not true, William, is that I have used that house to imprison people. I have used that house to torture people. I have used that house, Ambassador's house, to kill people. The safety tank where the for sewage is, that bodies are dumped there, full of bodies. But I'm very grateful that you are there. You can testify it. Many people are there. You know, human waste, human body, human remain. If you dump into the hole, the smell will always be there. But the skeleton also will be there. But I'm glad that you are there. There are no single skeleton there. The only grave in that compound is a grave of my mother and my brother, who the grave have been built. No another mass grave in that compound. No, nothing whatsoever. So when people start talking those kind of unfounded allegation, propaganda, my uncle John Amba used to tell me that, please, you know that is not true, and don't react to it. Forgive those who are saying those things. Time will tell that they will be ashamed of what they are saying. But today, on the occasion of his burial, once again I want to appeal to our people that internet is a very important tool for communication, as we are doing now. But internet also can be used for destructive purpose, like some of our brothers have used them to misinform, to distort, and to peddle information which are not truthful. And they are harming the welfare of people by peddling and founding rumors and propaganda. I want our people to use internet to educate our children and to enlighten our people. Because today, William, I have never been to refugee camp in Uganda recently. But the information coming out from refugee camp in Uganda is very sad. Young girls drop out from schools, start drinking crude alcohol at very early age. Young mothers drinking. There's a lot of lifestyle which is not good. It's not helping the future of our community because people are staying in one place. They have no activities except drinking and dancing, and then all the immorality going on. It undermines the moral culture of our community. That's why it is better our people return home and people are not put in such a congregation like in the camp, refugee camp, so that they can go to the various locality and rebuild their life. That is my appeal. And that is what my uncle would have wished to happen to all of us. But of course, we are people who will continue to insist that there's insecurity, they cannot return. It is their right, William. Those who want to return, not want to return, they can stay in refugee camp. Because Geneva Convention provides protection for all those who escape or run away from their home for fear of the danger for their life. So, if they feel they're not safe, it's their right to stay in the refugee camp as long as they want. But let them not hold others who want to come hostage. Let them not blackmail those who wanted to come. Because the people who have come to attend the burial of my uncle have seen for themselves that there is nothing, there's no cattle settled in the area. If you go to Kerepi today, there are no cattle settling there. Yes, there used to be cattle, but those people who have cattle have moved away from there. We want them to come home to start clearing their homesteads, prepare for the dry season, which is coming soon, cut grasses before the grass got bad, so that they can build their own, they can rebuild their home and prepare for next season. And I want to use the occasion of today to appeal to the RRC to provide food and non-food item through Operation Nimaya in both Borongole and Kerepi Mutala as a transit center to our people who are coming home, so they can start their life in Kerepi. And this food and non-food item should be made available. When I talk about non-food item, I'm talking about tent, because it's rainy season. People have nowhere to go. They cannot be under the tree when it's raining. I mean, I'm referring to basic cooking utensils, bucket for carrying water, slicers, hoe, machetes, so they can go and cut something for the trees and branches, clear the branches. All those things need to be given as a non-food item, but they should also be given food ratio to sustain them. Human beings live with food. At the moment, as you can see there, the grass overgrown, the tree overgrown, and the place now look a little bit better because committee has been working very hard to prepare for receiving the body of our paramount chief. But most homestead, the mangoes overgrown, oranges overgrown, all other wild trees overgrown the compound, so you need to be pruned, and they should be given the basic facility to do it. Operation Mayor organization can play a role in this. This is my appeal as we mourn our great uncle John Amba. William, I don't want to continue to talk more about this. I want to end here. Once again, I thank you as the president, overseer, CEO, the bishop for Operation Nimaya organization. We will continue to engage in dialogue, exchange view on what can be done as a way forward. I want to appeal to the non-governmental organizations and then indeed the UN agencies, the IOM, to fast track program for returnees, because definitely after the burial of my uncle today, in the few days to come, there will be a lot of people who would like to come home. Let them prepositions what I mentioned earlier, food item and non-food item, in strategic location. One of them is Kerepi, Mutala, another one is Borongole, and also they can do it in other places where there are possibility, in Lower, in Pageri, in Arapi, in Moliandu, if there are some people there, Moltokuro where there are people there, in Rupari, in various localities where people are. And Pageri is very strategic because if you want to go to Upari, you must go through Pageri. So all those things need to be done. So that is an appeal for me. Those who are watching this program, please help create conducive environment for people to come. Like we discussed last time, election is coming. Our people must participate. In our corridor, those who want to vie for various offices, whether it is at the state level, at the county level, at the Payam level, at the national level, let them come home and start preparing for this. Because there are going to be election. Let nobody deceive anybody that there will not be election. Election will take place in 2014. Because that, 2024, sorry, 2024, not 2014, 2024. Because the election is the only vehicle which will give hope to our people. They will elect their president, they will elect their parliament, they will elect their representative at the state level, they elect their governor, they elect their senators, which is the Council of State representative. They will elect commissioners, they will elect mayors of various cities, etc. Election will take place. People should come home so they registered to vote. Our people are complaining that we were underrepresented. Why our people are very few in parliament? People are very few in parliament because we have not registered as voters. Soon, Election Law Act already been passed. When they sign to the law, it will enable electoral commission to be established. When electoral commission is established, they will start making registration. I'm appealing to our people. A refugee cannot vote for constituencies. This is very important for people to know. As a refugee in a neighboring country, you cannot vote to elect a member of parliament as a refugee. Take it out from your mind. If you wanted to select anybody to represent you, you can only do it by registering as a voter inside South Sudan in a constituency which you want to vote in.
That's right.
I'm not saying that everybody must be in Kerepi. No. You settle wherever you want to settle. You want to be in Nimule, it's your choice. Nimule is a city. The lifestyle in Nimule cannot be the same like lifestyle in Kerepi. Most of the population are depending on their farming. So if you choose to go and stay in Nimule, that is a city, you must have a means of survival. I don't encourage people to settle in Nimule unless you do some work in Nimule as a businessman or as working with NGOs or as a government officials. But if you are none of those, Nimule is not a place for you to stay. Move to your hometown, home village, start building your family and do farming. Election will take place. 100% sure election will take place. There are this myth people have continued to emphasize that unless census is conducted, there cannot be election. Last time I already explained that. But those who were not listening, who were not there to follow that, I want to re-emphasize here. To conduct an election in the Republic of South Sudan does not require census, because census have no bearing in election. Why we need a census is for socio-economic planning. Kerepi need to know how many population in Kerepi so that we can ask the government to support us to open more schools so that we know school-going children age-wise known. How many are going for primary school? How many are going to high school? Will be determined by the census when we have census. Healthcare also. When we know the population, the government can be able to provide hospitals. When we know the population, the government also will be able to provide tools for agriculture.
Yes.
All those, these are just some few examples of census issues. The constituency of voting is not based on the census, because those who are capable to vote in modern way now is only registered voters who count. If you don't register, you don't have a number. If you register a few people, if our people remain in refugee camp, they don't return, the time of election, we'll have few people, then you have few member of parliament. More people, more member of parliament. That's the meaning of it, William.
Thank you.
So census is not the...
Yeah.
Yes?
I want to ask a few questions to you, and this is very important. I've been listening. Let's go back to the issue of the relatives and the family of Chief John Amba. The fact that they wanted to, majority of them were trying to get the entire group there. Most of them are family who want, or maybe half of them or 1/4 of them, they want to go back to Pagirinya in order to sit down and hammer out issues that has to do with uncles and aunties and cousins and all the people. Now to my, I mean, to the blessings and encouragement I'm hearing from you, that they are all going to stay there and discuss their problems. And so, how did you come? How did you arrive to that conclusion? Because that seemed to be an enormous desire to unite and have a common sense and that cool head prevail. How did you go about this?
William, you see the multitude of people who are there on the ground. See the kind of the number of people are there. When some of my uncles are proposing that the discussion take place in Pagrinya, because some of my uncles are thinking that Kerepi is not a safe place to be, and this is the still hangover of how previous relatives who died in the refugee camp, the bodies were brought, buried, and people go back to go and discuss issues in refugee camp. But what is so important that our people need to know is John Amba is not any ordinary person.
No.
William. He is a paramount chief of Kerepi. You cannot bury a chief and then people disperse and go to discuss issues in Pagrinya. What is Pagrinya as far as the chief is concerned?
Nothing.
So that suggestion, those suggestions were proposed emotionally, but it has no bearing in the reality on the ground. So when our people came and saw the situation, and those who felt that it does not go well for some of our family members, because you cannot discuss funeral issues when most of the family members some of family members want to remain. Now you cannot divide them to discuss funeral issues. They must all be put in one place.
Keep doing that.
So the only place
I'm sorry to go in this. Keep doing that. Explain, because I want to pull the security camera in the house where you go ahead. Just go ahead. I'm going to this. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that it is not possible to send people to go and discuss issues in the refugee camp, Pagrinya, just because one or two or three uncles were there and they won't discuss the video. The bulk of population are in Kerepi as we speak now. It is not practical. It is not realistic to go and discuss issues in Pagrinya. That's why cool head prevail.
Yes.
And the discussion will be there tomorrow in Kerepi, and issues will be resolved. Because see, William, Madi traditions and other South Sudanese tradition clearly stated that after the burial of the disease, the following day is a time of discussing issues related to the family issues. And all other processes will follow.
After that.
In the program, there are other programs which are going to be continuing in Pagrinya, discussing issue with how the uncles can give advice to the children, and all other family issues will be discussed in Pagrinya. Plus, giving the cloth of the late, taking the cloth. Our tradition compelled that some of the clothes, the brothers of my uncle and some of the uncles should take some of his cloth. There'll be a ceremony for it. Initially, that program was scheduled to be taken place in Pagrinya. But the reality on the ground, the cool prevailed.
Right.
It is not practical to disperse the people to go and discuss in Pagrinya. The few who have not come, they are the minority. And the majority who are on the ground can proceed with the process ahead. Those who would like to come, they still have time to come for them. Tomorrow they can come, because Pagrinya is not very far. Come to Nimule, get the transport, come. But those who cannot come, the process must move forward, William. We have very, not ordinary citizen, we have very chief, who is also had very big family.
And And the point I
The
want to make
wives,
is this. Let me
yes, sorry.
just hold that thought. I just want to pull this place here. The ambassador's house. This is a very important piece here. Now, why do they want to take the discussion somewhere while they can have all the conversation done here? There's infrastructure right there, and you foresaw these things way ahead of time, that somehow this place need to be cleaned up and prepared. Despite of the looting and everything that you described before, this place is now livable. It's even far better than most of the places to house and to house people, to hold meeting in Pagirinya. I mean, I've not been to Pagirinya. I can presume, but you prepare. You are the son of the land. You are not only the son of the land. This is your uncle, and now there's a place there. And every imagination they had, the wildest imagination they have about the Masai Ambassador House, I think they realize false. They have full notion about what this place represents, because the truth speaks for itself. So now they're there. I think, yes, the cool hater prevail, because it is so important for them to realize, distance-wise, finances-wise, all cost-wise, they are there now. They should resolve their problem right there, because there is infrastructure and service they need to do what they have to do.
William, it is important now that thinking is behind us. Tomorrow, the uncles will sit and they try to discuss all the matters related to that. And I leave it to them to handle those things. For me, what's important is that we've been talking about unity and reconciliation among our people.
Yes.
We don't want to create bitterness among us, and the family divided because of some want to discuss on the Pagirinya, some want to discuss on it at home. The reality is that common sense prevails. As I cannot say more than what you have said. Cost-wise, inconvenience-wise, the reality on the ground as well. It doesn't make any sense for we as a family to relocate to Pagirinya for discussion. People ask questions, what is happening with the family of John Amba? Such a high profile person buried, and people go. They did this thing. Our community, Mali community, have done this a number of times. For example, Gama Hassan, when he died, Dr. Gama Hassan, when he died, the body was brought from Juba, buried in Arapi.
Yes.
And people went to Juba.
Huh.
And the grave was just left like that.
I didn't even know that.
These are some of the examples of some few, and there's a number of relatives, some of our community members who are buried in the mission during a crisis time. Dr. Gama was buried at a time of crisis, and that is understandable. But for heaven's sake, Children Amba is buried at a time when there is relative stability. It cannot be compared with such cases. What I want to dwell on now is none of those issues, William. I want to emphasize that after 3 days, there will be prayer, and the family will consult and agree when do we have a proper last funeral right for Children Amba as his status deserves.
Yes.
But as a community also, we have other brothers of John Amba who last funeral right has not been done proper,
Yeah.
including my father.
Yes, your mom too, I suppose.
My mom too. There have not been a proper funeral arrangement, last funeral arrangement. We as a family will combine funeral arrangement for many of our family members, together with our father, John Amba. The date and the period will be set. It requires proper arrangement because it involves so many in-laws, so many extended family. It needs proper consultation and planning.
Yes.
I don't want to put the cart before the horse. I leave it to our elders to look at it.
Yes.
But my take is that it is not realistic to rush the last funeral rite for Paramount Chief John Amba sooner. It need time. What is going to happen in the few days is prayer just to allow people to disperse and go in. Because most people who came there, they left their job. Like I said before, individuals such as my cousin, brother James Ufu. James Ufu left his job for 2 weeks.
Wow.
Why? Because he wanted to put energy to see that today's occasion runs smoothly. And we Ufu made us raise our head up. I'm very grateful. He is not alone. He's just a team leader of others who are with him. So he's a team leader, he's the captain of the ship with the other colleagues, other brothers who are with him. And they have done a superb job. I want to congratulate all of them for what they have done. And not them alone, also you yourself, William. In the last few days or a week now, you never slept. You have been throughout late hours because of this situation at home.
Absolutely.
Like we said in the beginning, my uncle died the day you left.
Yeah.
You're on the air. 13 of this month. So it is a God will that it happened that way. You are there, but you are absent. You are absent and not felt because of technology. You are as if you are in Kerepi. You're even doing better than when you are in Kerepi. Because if you were to be in Kerepi, you also will be engulfed with emotion.
No.
You will not be able to do the kind of thing you are doing now. You will not be able to have the access to the studio and do what you are doing now. God has worked out his own miracle that you should be in the US when the news broke out, so that you can be able to take technology to help people on the ground. Those are all God willed. We thank God for everything done. We must appreciate. As human, it's very bitter, it is very painful, and it is emotional to lose a person of my uncle status. But again, like I said before, we all one day will follow his footsteps. Nobody staying there permanent. We came, human being is created from the soil, he will go back to soil, the way it is done. It is just only everybody has different timing. The date, the hours, the minutes is only known to the God. I speak to you today, if my time comes tomorrow, I'm not there. People should not be surprised, because it is not known by anybody. But we must be prepared for our time when it comes. We must do good for humanity.
Amen.
So that when the time of judgment comes, we'll be judged fairly.
Amen. Amen.
But if we are rude,
so
we are dishonest, and then we pretend, we'll be judged according to that as well. I wanted to say this to you, William. We took a lot of time on this program, but it is necessary to educate our people. I will continue to engage with you to enlighten our people, continue to update our people on this.
Amen.
Not only during the time of John Amba death, but beyond, because we will continue to enlighten our people. Let them see the other side of the story. Home is home. Before you came there, there's a lot of negative information about what's happening. But if you go there, you'll not be there. People will kill you. So many things will happen. All those things. You spent 2 months in Kerepi. No single body has come. Nobody came and abused you.
Most quietest places on earth. Very quiet and serene, beautiful. Yeah. People come there, eat fruits and drink water, have access to internet, and just it's beautiful. Ever.
So you are the best example to testify. You left the comfort of the United States of America. You went and spent 2 months in Kerepi. You used to travel. I think you have a calendar. Every year, maybe twice, you go to Kerepi, spend time there, to spend time. It used to be only in Borongole, but now this particular time, with the availability of the facility in Kerepi Mutala, that has become now your headquarters. I am very proud that you took that decision because you are present. Send message also and attract people. I hope our friends who will watch this program in the United States of America, when you are going to go back in December or whenever it's possible, some of them should accompany you. Let them go and see where they have put some of their resources. Because some people say seeing is believing.
Yes.
Although you have been extensively updating them, but it's also good to then have the feeling of how people feel about this effort they are making. Yes. Last time I told you, William, let us look for friends who can help us to provide food and non-food items, shelter, especially tools for people to rebuild their home. And I also say that we must not encourage laziness. The food must be food for work. Operation Nimaya philosophy should be food for work, because this food given for people without people working, it will make people lazy. If somebody works to get food, he knows the food value of that food, but you must give them some basic thing in order for him to work. We need to cut grass enough this period, this year, before the grass start burning, so that when our people come, they have grass enough to pay. We need to encourage the youth who are not returning from Uganda should have some livelihood, because if they don't have something, they will resort to go and cut tree and burn timber, burn charcoals, and cause deforestation. Let there be some activities which make them busy other than cutting tree for burning charcoal.
Well, let me say this to not interject into your conversation. One of the biggest disappointment I have been on the ground is now the mindset people have developed of getting quick money through destroying the forest. It's happening as we speak, and it's dangerous. It's very, very dangerous. People don't want to cultivate anymore, but they find it very easy to go out. It is taking place in Kerepi, it's taking place in Borongole, it's taking place in the farm, even in my own farm up there. It's taking place in your farm there. People are going there illegally cutting stuff. I warn them. I say, if you want this place to be as hot as Juba, where it's like 20 miles around, it's all leveled down. And then, this is it. This is what you're doing. And if you end up having no rain here one of these days, and the rain keep on skipping this place, you are the author of it, because that place there attract, the mountain, the trees attract rain. You go to Nimle, it's hot. You go to a place like Aru Junction, it's very hot. But when you come to Kerepi, it's one of the most wooded places in Magui County. But now, I think it's the verge of being, deforested, and I'm very, very concerned about that. So it's unfortunate. We got to educate people. Like the chief must be put in notice, the pastors and the chief and the radio and all of these things. We got to salvage it before it is too late. Yes. I'm talking to you people out there from our region who are watching this program. I know you're watching it, but my warning, out of love for the country, for the community, please stop cutting trees. Use your hand to raise food like we used to growing up, and like what we're doing now. Plant more trees than you cut them down. That's what we do in Operation Missions. So it's unfortunate, it's happening, but it's wrong.
William, what I want to say in conclusion is that we have people who are fighting to climate change, environmental protection, all those things. We want to appeal through this program for those who really want to save the environment to partner with Operation Nimaya provide packages for the young people other than cutting the tree. That's why it is so important. These young people are cutting tree as a last resort because they don't have alternative livelihood. There's no employment in the area. There's no job for them. They have no income generation there. So if there are friends who can support establishing the cooperatives, for example, so that you as Operation Nimaya increase the amount of tractors, foods, the feeding of Juba, national capital, require food. So some of the young people should be encouraged to go into cooperative society and then farming. In a year, they will produce enough food, and this food they are selling to Juba. These days, cassava they take to Juba. Magui is feeding Juba. Maize, people don't dry maize in Magui anymore. They cut them fresh, arrive Juba, get finished, they come again. People make money and do these things. That's one area to look at it. The other way is that to reduce the charcoal usage, we must look at alternative means of cooking, not using too much charcoals. This is where those donors who are supporting environmental issues, they should open their wallet to rescue places such as Kerepi, places such as Madi Corridor, where population were not there. They went to refugee camp in Uganda, and the cutting of the tree were not rampant as other places. Yeah. But with return of our population, the young people will want to find a way of life to survive. I don't think they just cut the tree for the sake of cutting it, but because they have to survive. I'm not justifying cutting the tree, but what life do they have? What livelihood do they have? Some are reduced to going out in the bush hunting, and that also destroy our animals, which could have been used for future tourism. I feel that, William, we should think out of the box. Friends, I'm appealing directly. I'm looking at this camera now, appealing directly to you, our friends. Please support some of the initiative of Operation Nimaya under the leadership of Bishop William, because he already saw it, the destruction of the forest. But there's no way under the current circumstances, the local chief will be able to stop the youth, because if they loot ask him, what do you have for us as a livelihood? The chief has nothing to provide. You arrest them, take them to prison, is not a solution. We must provide alternative for them. And that alternative is, among other things, is to encourage them to go to cooperative society to start doing farming. Encourage them to cut grass so that they can sell this grass for constructions. Encourage them to only burn the tree which are used for clearance of the place for agriculture.
Yeah.
This is a kind of thing. Thank you.
Yes, if I were to comment on this, the climate change pushers may not be speaking the same language you and I speak. For them, growing up, when we went to school, we learned about deforestation, and we understand its limited effect on the environment. But today, the people that I'm going to appeal for funding to help us with renewable energy, it's not going to come from the activists of the climate change, because their agenda is totally different. Their agenda is to reduce the carbon print in a way they understand, in such a way that they are undermining God, the family, the church, they're undermining government, they undermine everything. So they will not give us money for this. But the people that you are appealing to, right now, the Friends of Operational Missions who have been supporting this ministry for the past 30 years, these people have spoken through their pockets and through their knees, through prayers. They have done it and continue to do so. Because today, if you go to, take a look at Borungule right now. When you go to Borungule, during the time of relative peace, we didn't have the war. You couldn't plant a tree to grow in Borungule because the tree will be destroyed by goats and animals, domestic animal like this. So when the people were yanked out by the forces of beyond themselves into the big broom got to sweep everybody out to stabilize. There's another way of I'm looking at this whole crisis. God, for us who are staying there, we decided to plant trees that could have never grown out. Today, when you go to Worongole, you find guavas, mangoes, and oranges, and you name it, and sisals, everything, papayas. But now they're growing. You go to the farm, we have more teaks and eucalyptus and oranges and more mango trees than before. The problems with our people is basically this is what we got to educate them. The help we need coming from American donors, they're already doing it. They're really doing it, they're helping us. But this wave of cutting trees and burning into charcoal is a new phenomenon. It just started within, even when I was there last year. When I was there last year, none of this was happening. But when I came back this time, it was worse. So as people are voluntarily repatriating themselves at home, so the lack of alternatives affect them to the point where it's also a mindset of entitlement. Because when you stay in the refugee camp so long, I'm not being offensive here, but I'm stating the facts. People have this destructive way of how to support themselves. So, because the refugee UNHCR mentality is training people to become what? Relief dependency. So, because of that, people lack motivation. You see, motivation for us, Ambassador, growing up in that region, it didn't come out of abundance of resources. It came out of abundance of our willing to work. And because we are farmers, 99% of our people are farmers. Nothing really changed, have no change at all in terms of what we wanted. The Islamic government want to take our country, turn into Arab basket. They failed in that. We got the country. So nothing has changed. We are back in our own home. Why are we not employing the knowledge of those men, those old men you see there in that event at the funeral? They are now in their 60s, 70s. They are the one who sustain this community. But the young generation are not willing to follow their path anymore. So I'm bringing that knowledge back. I'm bringing that encouragement. It's not how much money we pour into their hands. It's really, can they realize what was the country like before this crisis? How do we live our life? So we're trying to point them back there. The Americans, Christians who have supported us will continue to do so, but to the limit because they're just doing it as a staging ground or a stepping stone for us. But ultimately, it's us. But the people who are really helping Operation Mission, they are not retreating. They are going forward with us. They are limited because their support is like a drop in the bucket. But we can be thankful for something little. I was at your place there, at the ambassador's place there. You have done so much planting trees there. What I don't want about people doing is when they come in there, it's like they see a raw mango, they see a raw orange, a raw guava, a raw gister. They don't even ask orange or lemon. They don't even ask me or anyone or Gino. They just go right in the tree. They take a stick and they pull it down. They want to eat. And I say to Gino, you cannot let these people. Every Sunday I go to the church there. I say, at the end of the service, I announce, if you need something, ask. If the fruit is not ripe, don't pick it. Let it ripe first. So the people have developed this mentality of eating fruits unripe and things like that. So it's a destructive mentality that no money can change. People have to realize they have to repent. And that's my hope that um, this social network, this live streaming we're doing right now, when the Lord laid my heart after COVID 2019, because I couldn't travel like the way I used to travel, speaking churches across America. And I didn't want to listen to most of this, mainstream media, MSN, then MSM. They are telling us, saying that you and I sharing, they will not want to hear it. They will tell lies about it. So we decided that we're going to do our own. So the NDCBN is established for this kind of conversation. And I hope we will have enough influence on this program that our people will tune onto it. That's why you say we have to re-engage ourselves in this discussion on a weekly basis. I know you're busy, I'm busy, and then the internet service in Juba, another place where we're doing things, could not be easy. But if we can educate our people, it's not really how much money you raise. It's really what the discipline people have in order to really see the environment as part of life. But if we're going to rely on these climate change hoaxes, they are not going to give us money to the outcome we want, because they were not given the first place. So what I will say is, let us educate our people to remember what was the country like in the 80s, 70s. We can go back to
William,
that.
let me interject this, William. You see, we should put ourselves in the mode of somebody who has been alcoholic, somebody who has been a drug addict. So when you are dealing with a drug addict, there must be a period of withdrawal from it, gradually. Our people mindset has been poisoned with living in the refugee camp for a very long time. And this mentality also affects not only those who are in refugee camp, but also in internal displaced camp inside this country. This goes for other communities other than the Mali community, because the Mali community are not staying in the internal displaced camp, because there are no internal displaced camp for Mali community. Most of them are in refugee camps. But the other community have internal displaced people. Today, if you go around Juba, there are camps for IDPs. Those who have been staying in that IDP camp does not want to go and look for livelihood for themselves, because there are some NGOs who found the livelihood of survival. If these people disperse and go to their villages, there will be no employment for them. They look at those people as tool of employment. Today, some NGOs who are there in refugee camp, they will make sure that this poor citizen of South Sudan from Madi corridor remain the refugee camp to create employment for those NGOs. Because in the pretext of supporting the refugees, they are getting employed. Unfortunately, that is the reality. What I want to emphasize here is, William, there is a problem of addiction. Addiction not only about drugs. People also get addicted to alcohol, addicted to the free food, addicted to free things. So if you get addicted to it, it's hard to start a new life without transitional period. You must have a period of transition. That's why I'm talking about those young people who have returned from refugee camp. In order to prevent them from having, first they were staying in the camp, no job for them. Some of them found that life become difficult. They came back home, no employment for them, no job for anywhere. So what have they done? They want to continue to drink. And you cannot drink free. And you have to have money. And that's why the only thing they can do is to start cutting tree for charcoal. Because when you have charcoal, definitely will be bought. Now, how do we prevent that? That's why I was saying in the beginning, we create a condition for them to have alternative. Like what I was suggesting, the cooperative, the farming, and as well as if some of them can have tools for cutting grasses, instead of cutting tree, let them cut bamboos and sell them. and keep it for use. Because bamboos, if you have it, people will come and buy. Not everybody can afford to put fence with concrete. There's some people who cannot afford fence with concrete. They can use bamboo for fencing, then they can use bamboo for housing. These are the possibility which is there. So what I want to conclude here is, William, let us look at this thing in the context of the reality we have now. A drug addict in the United States of America you cannot say that stop taking drug today, no more drug for you, no. That's why there are centers where they continue to give them small dose of the drugs until they withdraw completely from it. So we wanted to emphasize this. If we say that these boys should stop cutting trees without providing them alternative, it will be impossible to do it. But if we have alternative, if there are capacity given to Operation Nehemiah to increase work in Akko, claim more farmland, some of these young people can go and work. If they can be empowered to have some acreage of their own for food items and non-food items which can give them quick money, it can be also help. That's why I'm talking about friends within that context. I am not going to advocate for fundamentalist fundamental environmentalists or fundamentalists as well. They are there, they have their own agenda. I'm not for that. Brother William is getting late at my side here.
I know.
And I want us to come to conclusion on this program.
Okay.
And I pledge to you, we'll continue to have this live program periodically.
We must.
Whether I'm in Nairobi here right now as I am, or when I'm in Juba, wherever I could be, wherever there's connection internet, we'll link up. But I want to conclude by saying this. I am very grateful from the bottom of my heart for you, your organization, and friends of the organization. Speaking as a board member of Operation Nehemiah, I am very proud of the work you are doing. I'm very proud of the work the partners of Operation Nehemiah are doing, the friends of Operation Nehemiah are doing. The death of my uncle has brought me more closer to see how you are doing, what you are doing.
True.
And how Operation Nehemiah work. Because we talk daily, not daily, hourly. The last 1 week, we are communicating on hourly basis, not daily basis, hourly.
Yes.
It doesn't pack an hour before you and I communicate. That gives me a better understanding of what's going on in Operation Nehemiah. I'm not sure Operation Nehemiah is a perfect organization, but we can make it better. With support of the friends, with their leadership, we pray God give you more wisdom and energy. Imagine for 24 hours now, you've never lay on the bed. But still you stand strong. It is me who is now saying that we'll end it, but you are still continuing. Sometimes I even wonder, where do you get this energy from? But that is the spirit and commitment. It is a commitment which made you to what you are doing now. I'm not flattering you, but I'm giving fact to you, William.
I understand. I really do. Because
may God give you more wisdom, energy to do what you are doing. I hope our friends and donors will also continue to give them more wealth, so they can give more support for the legitimate cost which you are undertaking. And the list along, I'm not going to elaborate on them now here. So once again, William, I want to say thank you. Thank you to all what you are doing on my own behalf, on behalf of my family, on behalf of the family of John Amba and on behalf of the entire community. May God bless you, bless his organization, bless the friends, continue to keep them in our prayer until we reconnect again. I want to say thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you. I can't say more than you say. I think we should close it right there. Because if I make more comments, because I have more to share, and then it will keep us busy. But we have a lot to share. I think it's all about all these conversations boil down to honoring your uncle and my paramount chief, our paramount chief, a good friend, and I've known him. He was there when we were struggling, you and him. You wrote a recommendation on our behalf to get my children, my wife, South Sudan's nationality. I remember how you always, support that effort. I remember I have to look for him. He was in the garden somewhere. That he has to sign the document. That's how because his signature was needed at that point. And he heard I was looking for him. He came back to sign the document. So I remember that very clearly. And you did the same thing too. So all in all, his death, funeral, rise, and our involvement in this, as you say, has brought a lot of challenges and opportunities to understand what we need to be doing and to improve on. There are some disappointment here and there in some of logistical, maneuvering and hurdles that has been done between the time that we heard about his death and even financially and all of that. But all in all, you are and I here, we're able to pull some footage right off the ground. May not be in real time, but it was a difference of maybe 1 hour. We're able to get some footage, so it's okay. You are now back to Kenya. This footage can be replayed, and it's being played right now on YouTube, in Facebook, as well as in our main website. So I think I have a lot of things to do here to make it perfect. And the good thing is there now, the connectivity at the ambassador's house, the Masai's ambassador's house, is so powerful in Mutawa, in a place considered to be a bush, in a place considered to be a place of all kind of nonsense that they're talking about. But it's a place as good as anywhere in the world. And God put it there. We're going to perfect it. And I'm going to work with you. And you work with me to do it for the glory of God, to bless the people in the community. If the death of your uncle has brought something positive into this, which he has, is this idea that people are coming back home from exile. People are beginning to realize it's not, after all, what they think it is. And because you have a foresight to make this place, the Maasai Ambassador's place, to be a place of oasis. You always use this word, oasis, a place now Operation Man is using as one of its central point of executing decisions. So we'll perfect it, and it will be there for the glory of God. So I thank you, my friend, my brother, my collaborator in the Great Commission. And I like your energy, your strength, your determination, you have efficiency in getting things done. That is the spirit I love to work with, the person I want to work with. That's why you and I are like-minded brothers, countrymen, and believers in Christ, Yeshua. And today we're celebrating the Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. We're celebrating Rosh Hashanah. We're going to celebrate Sukkot in this fall. So that will be a contribution and attribute to your uncle, to our Parliament Chief. So may God's name be glorified, and you have a good time there. And as you are up, it's approaching maybe almost midnight, so I'll let you go. God bless you. And thank you. Let us pray.
Thank you, William. Thank you.
Let's pray. Father, we just thank you, Lord, for this, that you put us through fire, through refinery, and because it was you who say it's possible, just apply yourself, persevere, and then you will see the end of it. And today that's happened. From yesterday, we were able to push also our team on the ground to the limit, to do their outermost. They cannot say we can't, because with you all things are possible. So I do pray, Lord Father, that those who are still there, deliberating on the after the funeral, give them unity, a sense of peace and understanding. And I pray, Lord, our people finally it will be like having somewhat that of important caliber to die for them to come that many from the camps to see how beautiful their country is. So I hope that without lecturing them or telling them what to do, they have seen it, they come there, and they know the truth. And I hope the truth will set them free because it's so true. All of these rumors will be put to rest. Thank you for Ambassador. Thank you for all that he has done with Margaret and to build a house in the countryside for the purpose of doing what is being done now. Increase the work in Greece, give him increase like you did for Joseph of Egypt. And strengthen the cord of his stand and bless him, give him long life, Father. We just thank you for this time. I enjoy, we could be here forever, but tomorrow there's another day. Bless this time. We ask all these things in the name above all name, Jesus the Messiah. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, William.
You're welcome.
All the best.
All the
Thanks.
best. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let me. Please give me a minute. I just finished. Here we go. Hello, Erica. No, no, Erica. No, no, Erica. Let me make this right. You sound Erica, but you are Kirsten. Kirsten. Uh, yes, that's correct. Yes. Listen, I have $8,000 coming into my account. It's not in yet, so it's like I can give you the. Although you don't want to take my card number, you say you didn't want to take that. But the money will be here either tomorrow or Wednesday, and then I will. Yes, and the other thing is I'm hesitant to ask to replace the tire, but um, the tires because you're the original dealer, so tires could be very expensive and things like that. What if I because winter is coming, my tires are worn out. It's something you didn't talk about it, but prior to that, your team told me you need to replace these tires. You need to replace these tires. So my next challenge is to get that vehicle new tires. So I don't know what all four tire will cost. I want something like have a good traction for snow, something like that. You have an idea? Okay. My top priority is to get to get the tail light fixed, and I think I have money coming on Wednesday, and then I will call you at this number, and we'll square away because if without it I cannot pass inspection anyway, and inspection's already expired, so I need to do that. Yes, yes. Okay, October 6th, I'll wait. That'll be fine. But I will purchase this on Wednesday. I mean, yeah, on Wednesday. I'll call you for that. I'm expecting some money. Yes. Today is Monday, right? Tomorrow. Yeah, it takes one day for the wire to come into my account, and then I'll place an order. Thank you. And you are Christina? Who are you? What's your name? You're really Erica. I'm talking to you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll be in touch. Thank you. Yes, I just now on my side. The ball is in my court. I'll go to purchase that thing. I'll call you. Thank you. Bye.